Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Welcome on into the Dragon's Den. My name's Digital Dragon, and I'm your host here today. Um, I am a 3D printing variety streamer here on Twitch. May I ask what does that mean? Well, that means that I do everything from 3D printer assemblies and reviews to 3D printer builds, such as all the ones that are behind me and the one that's right here in front of me, to doing some prototypes, such as the zero G fully enclosed full frame up build that was done under a beta. I took part in a TriedRack beta, and we're going to talk about another closed beta that I was just in. So, welcome on in, everybody. Royal Nomi, how's it going? Shawdell, Mr. Wizix, is that Holly or Cooley? Holly, welcome on in. Afternoon from the UK. Welcome on in, my friend from the UK. Welcome on in. And Royal Nomi, I don't know how you missed that intro. I've been running it for a few months now. Solar 3DP did that intro for me, which was kind of cool. He also designed a sign for me. I've got it all printed out, and I've been testing the LEDs for it, trying to figure out how best to run the pattern in here. But I'm gonna go ahead and get the pattern done. And yeah, I know it's off center, no big deal. And get this mounted up somewhere back here behind me. Um, Welcome on in, everybody. Yeah, thanks, Mr. Wizik. Like I said, that was something that Solar 3DP designed and sent over for me. So yeah, that's going to be fun. It'll add to the lights. We got a little bit of lights behind me, which I realized are not rolling through because the I forgot I bounced my um, router yesterday, so I just need to get that going again. We got a rainbow color. Eventually, I need to get with KB3D and do some Lumia Stream stuff so that you guys can control the lights. Also, looking at the potential of swapping the light out up here. So you got, hey, Two Wolf Design, welcome on in. Exactly. That solar does nothing at all. And I didn't ask him. He just pinged me and said, "Hey, here's his design." And I was like, "Wow, this is awesome. Thank you so much." So if you guys don't follow Solar 3D, please go out and follow Solar 3DP on all the socials. I don't think they stream, but they are definitely on socials. Go join them on the socials. So we've been working on the Trident 350. And let me do change scene. There we go, Pro Streamer. And here we go. As you will see, we've got our bed in place, we've got our tool head in place, and we got lights, which means we've got power. He does stream. Okay, cool. Thanks, Royal Nomi. I'll have to check him out. I obviously am not following him because I'm getting notifications that I will have to solve that myself. And sorry, you just heard me sniffle there. For whatever reason, I ripped my CPAP mask off last night, so I've been dealing with sinus stuff this morning. Probably gonna have to deal with it throughout the day. But anyhow, let's get into this a little bit. So this is a Deep Fried Hero Trident 350 kit. It was purchased around the holiday season when he had a special on this. This is really not like a kit, like a full kit like you would think of from LDO. This is, I'll say, a kit of kits. This is a white powder coated frame. Not sure if he goes through DLL PDF for these, but this is a white powder coated frame. Um, the printed parts are in Polymaker, ASA, Pop Pink, and Pop Blue. Figured that was a good, with the white frame, that was going to pop pretty good here. And when I say kit of kits, it means it comes with several kits, linear rail kit, motor kit, so on and so forth. These are not LDO motors. They are the DFH motors. Hopefully we have no issues with them. Otherwise, we'll have to use the auto tune feature for Trinamics like we had to do on the salad fork. But we'll see once we get there. Kit of kits. Some of the upgrades that come in this. We've got the titanium backers for the X and the Y rails. Provides a little bit more rigidity to those rails. We've got, instead of the printed standard kinematic parts for the bed mounts, we've got the Whopping Packard kinematic mount system for our bed. That includes all metal parts for the joining points to the uh, ABEX spherical bearings and to the lead screws, as well as some leaf springs here for the bed that help lock everything in. This is a very rigid bed mounting system, but it will still allow for that Z tilt adjust. Will do. Um, we've also got, let's see, this would have come with a Dragonfly BMO hot end. We actually gave that hot end away during my stream, my birthday stream a couple of weeks ago. Sorry, grabbing some coffee. By the way, we are rocking our I'm a Maker coffee cup today in a couple of days. We're also rocking our KB3D. I'm going to swivel this around. Rocking our KB3D shirt because KB3D is a sponsor of the channel. H Kit, but KB3D is a sponsor of the channel, and we will be showing off some new KB3D stuff that we got into. A couple of other things while we're here, real fast on show and tell. We had a few items come in. So item number one, been here for a few days. We got our zombie hedgehog and a hedgehog make shirt. So we got our zombie hedgehog shirt, and we've also that just came in this week. We got our Rocky Mountain 2024 shirt. We will be heading out to Loveland, Colorado. In fact, Mrs. Dragon's heading to Colorado next week. She'll come back via DC and then she'll head back out. But here's all the sponsors for the show. You will notice KB3D over on this side up at the top of this bottom block. So we will, excuse me, we will be out at the show. We will have a table. We will have our own table. You'll probably also see me rolling around the floor and visiting the KB3D booth and chatting with them a lot. So here we go. He streams during the day. Okay, good, Royal Noe. Um, sorry about that. Another thing, and you'll notice some differences in this Trident build. You'll see something down here. This is a instead of going with the standard Nevermore, I actually have the bento box in here. So the bento box is a three-part system. This top part is a HEPA filter. We got a HEPA filter. Underneath the HEPA filter, darn it, if I can get the magnets loose, we have a charcoal cartridge. So we've got our activated charcoal. We've got our HEPA filter, or carbon filter. And then instead of being blown through the charcoal or the activated carbon, it sucks the air through. So it sucks the air through the HEPA filter, through the activated carbon, and then down and out the bottom. So this will help provide some circulation within the chamber. So that didn't come in the kit. That was something that I added because I know that we need some good filtration when we're running our engineering filaments, ABS, ASA, nylon, polycarbonate, and you will notice some strangeness possibly here on this tool head. Let me go ahead and slide this forward. And it's got a little arm over here. So this is a cutting arm. One of the things that the kit comes with is a 6-cart Enraged Rabbit carrot feeder version 1.1 gubbins and parts. And whoops. That would be kind of everything that we see here, minus the printed parts, of course. And I went ahead and purchased a upgrade kit from Triangle Labs and one from SE Lead Labs off of AliExpress. And that's going to allow us to bring it up to an Enraged Rabbit Carrot Feeder version 2, along with the Enraged Rabbit Cottontail buffer system and the Enraged Rabbit Filamatrix, which is the filament cutting system over here on the side. So we built this in a previous stream and we got everything installed. um, so I wanted the tool head built and installed because I didn't want to build a standard stealth burner and then have to come around and tear the tool head apart and rebuild it. So we built it originally with the Filamatrix setup. Now that includes the cutting arm here with the blade. It includes the trigger back here on the side that we'll need to configure. But we've also got two additional end stops, filament sensors within the tool head itself. So it's a 5.5 millimeter ball bearing that triggers a filament sensor. And it does it one up at the top before the extruder gears, and then one between the extruder gears and the tool head itself. Now the tool head that's in here, and if you want to see it, check out the previous stream when I posted. I was holding off on posting that actual stream until Friday when the tool head was announced. But we do have a DropEffect XG tool head in here. And you may have seen some postings on Twitter by DropEffect and Fadus. Actually, I believe they were all DropEffect. But this was done in conjunction with the Fadus folks. They provided some help. And the DropEffect NextG is pretty cool as far as a hotend goes. I beta tested this, so I've had a pre-production engineering unit for a while, and I was providing feedback. But this kit comes with a hotend with options for a groove mount or a rigid mount, just like a Dragon hotend. So this top portion up here, very, very similar to a Dragon hotend. And I'll show you some pictures here in a second. It mounts just like a Dragon using 2.5 millimeter screws. There's some people that were saying, why go with 2.5 instead of 3? Because it mounts just like a Dragon. The tool, the tool head in here, the cutting tool head piece, is for a Dragon high flow. So that's the reason they did that. Immediate compatibility with various mounts that support a Dragon mounting system. It does come with a 0.4 and 0.6 nozzle, and it also comes with the adapter to extend it out. So you would screw this in and then screw your nozzle into this adapter, and it turns it into an ultra high flow setup. All you have to do then is swap out for the different stock. Right now I am configured for the 0.4 nozzle. It comes with a 0.4 and a 0.6 nozzle. They're the plated copper nozzles from Fadus. I will be swapping that out and running a sorry, there we go. I will be swapping that out personally for a 0.6 hardened tungsten carbide nozzle from Fadus here soon. And I would like to really print it out the option that would allow me to run the ultra high flow. I could put the ultra high flow on it, but then it's going to stick down. Know this because I've been running it on the Trident 300 back here, Iron Dragon, and it prints awesome. In my testing, I was able to get in excess of 45 millimeters cube per second of flow rate using the zero point 0.6 nozzle and the ultra high flow setup. Um, and even with the just a standard zero point 0.4 nozzle and the standard setup like it is right now, I can get well over 30 millimeters per second. Now we talked about showing some photos, so let's take a look. Now these are photos that they posted into the beta testing program, but really it's just a little bit better look at some of the changes. So on my beta testing unit, I had this top cage setup, and you'll notice that there was a cutout in the setup here, and that's about where it lined up with the thermistor and heater coming out. There was a lot of feedback provided about that, so they went back to the more standard Dragon high flow cage that's fully rounded off here at the bottom. It does have a, I believe they call it a kinematic mount, but it's a hard mounted, rigid mount setup for the tool head. So that makes doing nozzle changes a lot easier. Now these are, here's the other thing too. So for compatibility reasons, the tool side or the heatsink version portion uses a standard Dragon mounting configuration. So once again, immediate drop-in compatibility for any mount that will mount a Dragon. Okay? So 4 holes, 2.5 millimeter screws. The original the original XG extruder I put in the salad fork uses a M4 nozzle. Now that is a non-standard nozzle size. The next G incorporates a V6 or an M6 nozzle screw pattern, which means any M6, so any V6 compatible nozzle will work with this hot end. So if you want to run a an Undertaker nozzle, Undertaker hardened nozzle from West 3D, it goes in. You want to run a Fadus tungsten carbide nozzle, it goes in. If you want to run a Bontex CHT nozzle, it fits right in, no issues. That's where I say a more open and compatible ecosystem. It drops into a lot of already made mounts because of the standard Dragon mounting, rigid mount system. It'll mount into any groove mount system. And you can swap in any M6 nozzle. So if you have a bunch of M6 hardened nozzles today because you were running standard V6 hot ends or other hot ends, you can use those on this as well. So that's awesome. Hey, Robert, welcome on in. The extruder that we're using on this is the standard CW2 extruder. So we're running the standard Clockwork 2 extruder of the Stealth Burner system. Like I said, we've added the two filament sensors. They're physically there, they're physically wired. They are not configured in the software yet. I didn't want to add them to the basic printer.config file because I'm not sure if they're called out in the Happy Hair software that we will install a little bit later on when we go to set up in the next stage of this build. So the way this build series was going is we were going to build the basic 350 build and print. And that's the goal today, is to push some PLA plastic. And with that, we would be able to say, okay, the basic mechanics of this build are good. The printer homes, the printer has been base calibrated, meaning um, we were able to get our initial Z height. We were able to PID tune the hot end and the bed. We'll have an ad that starts in under a minute here. So, and yes, Pez, we got plenty of coffee going. And yeah, I'm dealing with a little bit of heartburn right now too because I scarf down some Dunkin' breakfast creams. Um, we're going to validate the basic mechanics. Everything's moving in the right direction. We're going to calibrate our E steps. We're going to push some plastic and just do some type of basic print to validate that this printer works. I know the hot end works because the hot end has been running for months over in the Iron Dragon Trident 300 build. Um, ah, thermistor wise, the thermistors, and I don't believe they've changed this in the production version. The thermistors will screw in with a M3 um, screw in thermistor style. And the variants that went out in the engineering models included a standard 104 NT, a PT100, and a PT1000. Version that I'm running here has a PT1000 hot end. So a little bit different configuration on the SB2209. We had to configure some dip switches, and then we had to tell it the right sensor in our printer config file. So I will tell you that wanting to talk about the uh, XG extruder and a couple of other things, being that I want to get in and show off, do a little bit of an unboxing on. Oops, we got the. So hey, Hobby Main, Hobby Main, welcome on in. Hope you're not stuck in ad break at the moment. We will give everybody a second here as we deal with the break. So I will tell you that because we had a few things that I wanted to talk about today and show off. Hey, MakerMind Nexus, welcome on in. Welcome on in. Because of wanting to talk about a couple of these things, I did go through last night and configure software. So I'm going to knock on wood, any wood that I have available that may be, you know, fake wood, plywood, a wood stool here. I had another very clean install of all CAN bus. So we will talk about that as well here in a second. Another couple of seconds, the ad break will be done. 1 second, Robert. Hey, Zombie, welcome on in. Okay, I believe everybody's back from the ad break now. I was holding off on chatting more about the hot end because I did notice some new names here that I'm sure are not, or I'm not sure if they're subscribed to the channel or not. So I wanted to make sure that they were. Um, so I did go through and do the initial um, software configuration of this system last night, specifically to reduce the amount of time taken today to get to a first print. Because once again, I want to validate the mechanical soundness of the system today. But I did want to spend some time talking about the new NextG extruder that I just put into this on the last stream, as well as later on today, probably a little bit afternoon, once people get here after we do a first print, we're going to move this printer down onto the floor. We're going to grab some boxes that arrived from KB3D. Those boxes, well over 60 pounds worth of parts showed up for the black box build. So we want to talk about that a little bit today as well, because that's going to be the next big thing coming on the channel, and that may bump a few things our streaming setup here. So, but the next G hot end, there's a couple of us in here. Me, MakerMind Nexus, Zombie Hedgehog. We're all part of the beta testing program. I'm not sure who else is on here that might have been, because some people use different names between Twitch and Discord and other things. Glad you're doing good, Nomi. Glad you're doing good. Um, So there were some changes. They did make several changes from the feedback that we all provided. A couple of those changes included going ahead and going back to the full rounded cage here and dropping that cutout. Once again, it mounts with the standard Dragon mounting pattern with 2.5 millimeter screws, so it's drop-in compatible with any Dragon mount. It's also drop-in compatible with any groove mounting system because it does have that groove mount. It's got the rigid mounting so that you can change your nozzles very simple and easily with one wrench. It has the extension capability to turn it into an ultra high flow hot end. It is a ceramic heater, okay? So it is a ceramic heater system, and just like any ceramic heater system, or excuse me, like most cylindrical ceramic heater systems, it's a full replacement of the heater, right? Not going to be that expensive. We did have some suggestions, hoping to try and make it a flat horizontal heater core, but I don't think that that's going to happen in the production system. I believe it's still staying as a cylindrical heater core. The thermistors are an M3 screw down or screw in thermistor, and there are 3 thermistor types that came out in the beta engineering builds. I expect to have all 3 of those options available in the production. And that's a standard 104 and 104 NT, a PT100, and a PT1000. My engineering example has a PT1000 in it. And then one of the other issues that we had was, I'll say, the clocking capability of um, the wires, right? So because the wires come out and you've got that rigid M3 nut there, and then the rather than the I need to show this. Let me do this. So on your hot end, let me grab one. That's not good. Darn it. So on your hot end, I have yeah, here we go. We'll use one of these. Um, we'll use one of these. This is a Revo, of course. Let me go over here. So on your Revo heater core, you've got this piece that comes out here, and in this piece there is a metal um, strain relief bracket. That metal strain relief bracket goes like this. It's horizontal like this. On our production units on the ceramic heater, the way they did the strain relief, they did it vertically. Now, the problem with doing it vertically is most of us will need to take and bend this up when we're putting it in, say, a mount for a stealth burner or just about anything else. Your wires don't come out and to the side, they come out and they go up. So by putting it vertically like this, you can't rotate this up and bend it up. Here, with it going horizontally like this, you can take a pair of pliers and very gently bend it up to make it easier to go into any mount. Okay. By the way, this is a 40-watt heater, so this is a standard heater. I just picked up a couple of spares of these. So that was a piece of feedback that I believe did get added. I'm not sure because I haven't seen the production unit and I can't remember. But they did help us out as far as the clocking goes. So that you will see here um, on this display that you can clock your hot end to make the wires come out in different spots. And um, this is based on one, how you mount it at the top of your tool head using the 4 screws at the top, as well as the 3 rigid mount screw system at the bottom. You can unscrew that and clock it, and it will give you the different clocking rotations that you see here. So that's nice to know, is that you will be able to clock, quote unquote, clock the wires as they come out of your hot end a little bit, uh, have a little bit more flexibility in that to go with different mounting options. So yeah, and that's the thing is, on my last stream, so I haven't posted that VOD yet. I haven't published it, but the last stream I did show this hot end because there was a few people that were posting the picture, and uh, the DropEffect themselves posted the base picture. So I showed it as when we built the tool head here, but I didn't publish it, so it wasn't ahead of the full release. Um, but yeah, I fully plan on buying more of these and having them in the bench stock. Um, it is extremely nice. Zombie and MakerMind Nexus, I know they had some problems with their engineering units, but once they got those resolved and they were able to get them up and running, uh, it's an amazing hot end, right? And once again, we expect some issues with the engineering units. They're going to work on the packaging, like our packaging. You'll notice here, well, maybe not there, but you'll notice in the packaging here. So it's a standard packaging, but you may say, oh, well, you took the foam off the top. No, I didn't. There was no foam on the top, which allowed some of the things in here to bounce around some. And I think that was where some of the issues came from. So we did have a few of the nozzles come out and go loose and bouncing around and stuff. But I mean, that happens. Once again, these were engineering units that were shipped out. But they're going to have the standard DropEffect packaging and Betas packaging with a lot more foam in there to hold everything in place. Um, but yeah, it's been a great hot end. I did not have any problems with my unit, other than realizing it's a PT1000, so I had to go and change some dip switches on the SB2209 to enable um, the two wire PT1000. So here's the look at it from the front. This is with the ultra high flow set in. So once again, this is the top view, seeing as how you can mount it. And then this would be the front view. So you can see that you've got a good opportunity of not only mounting it to enable the wires to come out in the right place, but also to have the openings line up with your cooling fan to give you the best cooling of that heat break. And yeah, so Zombie's running it on a V0. MakerMind Nexus is running it on a Rook. Um, I was running mine, excuse me, on the Trident 300 Iron Dragon over here in the corner, which sadly I will say is up but down at the moment. Up in the fact that while I was pulling the config over from that and modifying it for the DFH 350 Trident, I made the mistake of in main cell saying update all. Yes, I did that. So the MCU, the Octopus board, and the SB2209 are now running version 11 of Clipper firmware, and the Pi is now on version 12, which means I need to update the firmware on those two things. The MCU is running Clipper, so I didn't run it in CAN bus mode. And so I need to do a physical update of that. Also, I'm locked out of my Raspberry Pi. It will not let me SSH in. I know the password's right. It won't let me SSH in. So I think there was an update in the latest version of the Raspberry Pi OS that shuts off SSH by. So the way to there's a couple of ways to get around that, but one of them is to physically plug it into a monitor and keyboard, log in, and turn it back on through Raspberry config. So needless to say, after this stream, the Trident's going to come offline. Everything's going to come off on it. It's going to come up here on the workbench, and we're going to be redoing some firmware on it. So yeah, sad day, sad day. But this hot end has been bulletproof. Now, when I got my 45 millimeters per second cubed, I was actually running ABS at 290, which is high for ABS or ASA. But if you're running for max flow, you will probably need to increase the heater. And that was with a 0.6 nozzle in the ultra high flow setup. So yeah, and when I was doing my testing, I was running it at 260, 270, 280, and 290 and running flow tests. And then for PLA, I was running 200 to 240 and 10-degree increments to see how hard I could push it. And yeah, the standard CW2 extruder did not skip. It was not a skipping of the extruder. It was a failure for the heater to keep up with that. So yes. So really happy about this hot end. You can get some really good flow numbers out of this hot end. And like I said, with the way it mounts up nicely. Now, the one downside that I have right now, and I will say it is a downside for me at this moment, is I need to see if somebody has made a Dragon ultra high flow mount for the cutting system. If they have, it's a matter of reprinting the shroud and the spool head, and I can switch this into an ultra high flow 0.6 with a one way or the other. It's going to go with a 0.6 with a hardened PC nozzle from Fadus, and yeah, 350 printer. It's a little bit bigger. It can do bigger things, so I want to run a So when I was running the ultra high flow 0.6 um, on the other Trident, which of course has a standard self burner on it, the tool head instead of being here was like down here. So it was um, the airflow was actually hitting the side of the nozzle, not the it wasn't hitting right at the tip of the nozzle. It was hitting the side of the heater core, or I should say the ultra high flow. So yeah, you definitely need to swap this out for Dragon Ultra High Flow or the Rapido Length tool head. I just don't think they have it with the cutter created yet. Somebody hasn't made it, or I haven't been able. So I'll have to leave it in this mode for a while. I'll go with the 0.6 hardened nozzle, and then when I can find this, because this lower piece is a little bit different to enable the cutter. And my CAD skills suck. Like I can do a basic plate, and that's about it right now. But we did get this up and running. I did have it shut off. I don't know why. I wasn't sure if I was going to tear this apart and pull the tool head out. I decided not to do that simply because I'd have to disconnect the wires. And it took me about 30 minutes to get these wires packed in here right to get this door shut. They've got to figure out a way of making these doors a little bit wider to accommodate the things that you plug into the very top of this, or the SB2209 board. The other thing that I noticed, and I've had this issue on 3 of my Vorons now, and I'm not sure if it's just a broken wire or what, but you will see the center LED comes on, I can't get the nozzle LEDs. And I soldered these myself. I know the solder joint should be good. There's no reason why these two should not be coming on. And the only other thing I can think of is, well, no, all three of these were together and I snapped them apart, PCB wise. So it's not like they mixed different types of LEDs in here. So I don't know what the deal is. I don't know why that's happening. But for whatever reason, I cannot get the nozzle LEDs to. MakerMind Nexus. Are you talking about Fabrico finally has the link for the Next G extruder? If so, you can drop it right in the. You can drop it in chat. I'm not blocking URLs. DFH had the page available yesterday, listing it out of stock, but they only had the option for the 104 NT thermistor type. So I don't know. Yeah, at $100, it's a heck of a hot end. And for $100, you can get a Revo, right? And you have that one-hand tool change knot, which, don't get me wrong, I love my Revo system. Running Revos everywhere. Your Revos, standard Revo, is going to max out at 12 millimeters per second cube. This in a 0.4 standard configuration is going to do well over 20. And I'd have to pull up my numbers to figure out what it was, but it's going to do way over 20. Yeah, there you go. Hey, KB3D Chris, how's it going this morning? Yeah, the nozzle LEDs down here are not coming on, and I'm not sure why, but I've got the same issue on my 2.4 and my other Trident. Actually, one of my 2.4s and my Trident, and I don't know why I can't get the nozzle out. The only thing I can think of is it would have to be the wire from the center coming down. One of those wires broke free or had a cold solder on it. The only thing I can think of as to why the bottom two wouldn't come on. Chain count set to 3. It's the default stealth burner LED config. And like I said, all of my Trident and my 2.4s were working great. And then all of a sudden I've lost the nozzle light on the Trident and one of my 2.4s. And I don't know why. The center one still works, but the nozzle lights don't. And I don't know why. Nothing's changed in the config other than doing updates to clippers. It's something I'll look at. I'm not too concerned with it because quite honestly, if you've got any type of lighting in your printer, these are great, but they're kind of overkill. If you've got chamber lighting, right? And we'll have a disco stick in here, at least one. I'll either mount in the back or I'll probably mount it along the front edge possibly, because that way the light's coming down and in versus from the back where you'll see it all the time. I don't know. Hey Timor, how's it going? Hey Guy ST, welcome in. So yeah, what I've got here, let me come over here to the browser window and get our source set right. There we go. And of course our drop pile is right in front. But we've got everything's up and running. Like I said, I did all of the software and base configuration last night just so we could have time to talk about the hot end. And in a little bit here, sorry about that. Oh, hey, thanks for the follow, Modbot. How's it going? Good morning. Welcome on in, Daniel. Welcome on in. So we are running the Next G hot end in this. We did swap that in on the last stream. I will post that stream so you guys can see a little bit more of the hot end. Once again, this is what was being shown, and I'll have to go full screen since our uh, drop covering it. But in the engineering examples that we had, it had a cutout in the bottom heatsink here. They've since gone back to the full standard Dragon style heatsink. And for compatibility reasons, it has a Dragon high flow mounting at the top, and they switched from an M4 thread nozzle to an M6 nozzle. So any V6 nozzle now works with the with this new NextG extruder. And it looks really, really nice. This picture here shows you the different clocking options for both the mounting of the heatsink rigid mount in a mount, as well as changing the rigid mount, changing the clocking on the rigid mount at the bottom, which will allow you to change the angle in which the wires come out of the bottom of the um, tool head here to allow for different mounting options and orientation. Um, Once again, this is the ultra high flow, which just has an adapter that increases the melt zone length. But on this hot end, on my regular Trident 300, ultra high flow configuration with a 0.6 nozzle, running ABS at 290, I was getting over 45 millimeters per second cube flow rate. So yeah, very, very capable hot end. And it's almost your extruder is going to be your biggest issue. Now I know Zombie is running it on a B0 and MakerMind Nexus is running his on a Rook. So yeah, very, very respectable numbers out. So we've got the basic machine set up. The extruder and the hot end, or excuse me, the extruder and the heated bed are showing roughly the same ambient temperature, so that's good. Our M5P, our CB1, and our SB2209 are reporting temps, so that's good. I've validated that our end stops are triggering. I have not validated, stepper movement is going in the right direction and so forth. So that's basically where we're going to start. And we do that by going over to the boron design documents page, not that. Come here, go to into documentation, and we'll come down under the section on the build to initial startup. And this is where we'll kind of get started here on just going through and validating that the system is set up and starting to be mechanically sound. So the interface is coming up. We verified temperatures. I did kick on the here. Let's go back to that. So we need to verify our heaters. So under the extruder, we're going to take it up to 60 degrees just to make sure that one, our hot end fan comes on, which it does. It'll get up to 60 degrees very quickly because this is, trying to think, is that heater a 60 watt or higher heater? It is definitely a high spec heater on this. We'll go ahead and tell it to cool down. And at 50 degrees Celsius, once we drop beneath 50 degrees, the hot end fan will shut off. That tells us everything's working right. While we're at it, we can verify that our cooling fan is working right by just manually turning that on. And our cooling fan has kicked on. We're getting plenty of airflow down there. Go ahead and shut that off. I'm going to go ahead and tell the bed to heat up to 60. And our hot end fan just dropped off after we got under 50 degrees. And I am feeling I'm reaching up underneath and just feeling the heater and making sure that the heater is heating up, and it is. We are getting temperature showing up here. Some of you will notice that it's going around 72%. I did set it that way. Um, so no worries about that. A lot of times you'll see on a mains heated bed, people will limit it to anywhere from 50 to 60% power so that you don't taco the bed. We've got a 3-point, we've kinematic mount system and tap. I'm not too worried about it. This is a pretty thick bed as well. I think this is like a 8 millimeter thick piece of aluminum bed, so I don't think it's taco on me. Yeah, it's a really nice hot end, my bot, and welcome, welcome on in. Thanks for coming in. I have seen you lurking here and there. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. So, what I want to do is just go through and get some basics. Ooh, sorry, I poured some coffee and now I need to clean up my mess. And I no liquids near the printers. Hey, thanks for gifting ModBot a subscription there, Chris. I appreciate that. So we're just going to continue through our initial steps. We validated that the heaters are working, that we've got good temperature. We're going to do our stepper buzz. Just going to copy this. And the nice thing is it's going to tell us which way our motors need to move and which motor needs to move. So our X motor is on the left side, the Y motor is in the right rear. And when we run our stepper buzz, the motor should rotate clockwise and then counterclockwise. We want to look at the top of our pulley and make sure it's going to the right and then to the left when we do our stepper buzz here. And you're not going to be able to see it, but you will see the hot end move, and it should go to the right, and then I hit goes. And this is going the wrong direction. So we know that the X motor, we're going to have to change the direction on. Okay. So that means chances are, whoops, just did, but there we go. That was weird. Hit the wrong button. Up arrow now. Backspace, we're going to make this a Y, and we're going to do the same thing. I'm just going to put my hand over here to feel it. And this is going the wrong direction as well, which is what I kind of figured. So we're going to continue around doing our stepper buzz to make sure and understand which ones we need to move or change the direction on. So on our Z, positive is down, so it should go down, then up. And we're looking at this front left corner when we do this. And it's moving the bed up, then down. So far, all of my motors are reversed. So the next one is Z1, and that's going to be the back motor. Rock on. Every single one of my motors is reversed. That's good. We'll just have to go in and change the direction on all of our motors. And that's an easy fix. And oh, by the way, folks, I remembered I went and washed this morning before. I'm a maker Coffee mug. Open air ASA printing sucks. Open air ASA printing sucks even worse in your garage, I bet. Wish somebody in the PIC program would sponsor a switchwire parts kit. Um, Reach out to me, Dan. Reach out to me. We'll talk about colors. I can get everything printed and probably bring it with me to, I can either ship it out to you or I could just bring it with me to Remurf. Your choice. Hey, Outer Danger Jen, how's it going? Took a shower with it with your coffee. Okay, so all of my motors need to be, the directions need to be reversed. So we'll come into our machine, into our printer config. I'll go full display on this while we do this. And so what we'll want to do is just come down here. Oh, so in my configs, I always try and do a little section up at the top. I add in a little section. It just says that this is a DFH Trident 350 custom config. Code names TBD. We haven't named this yet. It's using a Fadus DropEffect Next G with a 0.6 hardened steel nozzle. Not yet. I need to put that in, but I will after the stream. A Big Tree Tech Manta M5P with a CB1, EMC 2209 drivers all the way around, X Max, Y Max, end stops, physical end stops, a Chaotic Lab CNC tap nozzle probe, the SB2209 CAN bus toolhead board. It's an all 24-volt system. So that just, I mean, that's just documentation for me to help me understand how this is, right? So if I want to take like my Trident 300 config and drop over here, I know that that's an octopus. This is a Manta M5P. So I at least need to go through and get a bare M5P to get all the pins and then copy over the, the related stuff. If it's using the exact same board, it's a copy paste, right? So it just makes it a little bit easier as I'm going through and doing my configs. You'll notice that I've got the K shake tune and the config backup commented out because I haven't configured those yet. And the K shake tune broke on the Trident 300 with the latest version of Clipper, by the way. So I need to do some updates to that over there. We do have our SB2209 CAN bus stuff set up here. We need to come down here for all of our motors and just change the direction. And that just means either add an exclamation point or take away the exclamation point in front of the direction for every single motor. So this one does have the exclamation point, so we're just going to remove it. All those motors. I did not change the extruder yet. We'll figure out the extruder in a little bit. We'll come to that in a minute. Is that Guild Wars 2 you see? Yes, you'll see Guild Wars 2 down here and SWOTR, Star Wars The Old Republic. Now, one thing that I do want to point out here is our SB2209. I normally bring the CNC tap into one of the end stop pins up at the top. It's suggested in the CNC tap module or manual to actually install it to the servo portion of the BL Touch probe. So to do that, it also says that we need to configure a pull down. So the pull down is the tilde. So it's the horizontal squiggly line. And that goes before the exclamation point if you need the exclamation point. So I did need to reverse the triggering of this when I was doing my initial checks on the end stops. So you'll have the tilde to do a pull down, and then the because normally it's a pull up on that on the servos. So that was a specialty config set for that. So we've got those set. We'll do a save and restart, and we should be moving in the right direction now. And I've checked all the end stops are working, and we'll need to, excuse me. Oh, sorry. You've got a Milo Mill pre-order listing now, Chris? Why didn't you tell people? Sorry. I say, why didn't you tell people? Because I've ordered from somebody else because I didn't think you were getting it. Darn it, darn it, darn it. Thank you, guys. So we're going to check our X and Y in 30 minutes anyway. Well, like I said, I've already got it on pre-order and I don't want to cancel it. But I did pre-order. I didn't get into Fabrico's one, but I did pre-order one from West 3D with the VHD spindle. So if you get it up and you're going to have the VHD spindle, let me know. And I may cancel the other one and set up. Well, no, that's already been prepaid. Anyhow, so what I'm going to do is I've already checked the end stops. We're just going to go full Monty, right? We checked that our directions should be right now. And so I'm going to home X, which means the bed should drop a little bit. Oh, let's look at the printer. There we go. So the bed should drop a little bit, and then our X in stop or our X will go to the right, and we'll hit home X, and then we'll jump up to our emergency stop just in case. X. Hey, that's working the right. Right. Don't know why it's doing Y as well. And apparently we're getting ready to test everything out, so fingers crossed. Hey, gang, everything's working. Also, you will know that our CAN bus cable is kind of just hanging, dangling here. It's way too long. I did this for a specific reason, and that's I just ordered some PG7 glands that'll be in later today. So while we're waiting, it's just kind of laying in here loosely. So I'll have to de-pin all the pins on the other side to get it through the gland. Single phase 110 and outputs three phased. We're offering up a bit of a special spindle VFD kit. Takes single phase 110, outputs three phase 220. A 220 volt spindle is much nicer. Yes. So, okay, so you're telling me I need to cancel my other order and order through you. Sounds good. 110, what amperage? Does it need a 20 amp or what amperage circuit? So we apparently, you know, I told it to do X and it did a full. So that was interesting. I'm not sure why it did a full one when I did X, but okay, that worked. So homing works. And our directionality is working correctly now. Bed locating. So the bed locating here, we did the X and Y, which was in the back left. Now what I want to do is basically bring my tool head to the front left corner and then figure out if I need to change any offsets, which I probably shouldn't need to. So 15 amp circuit is plenty as long as it's not shared. Awesome. So when I have them run the two 20 amps up here, I need them to run a 20 amp at least out into the garage. Cool. So 3 more 20 amps, or put it in the shed because I've got 2 or 3 20 amp circuits out there because that's where my Shapeoko's at. We'll just add it to the shed. I just don't know about being able to do a stream from out there. I have to do just some recordings. How often do you say just have too many outlets? I don't. Um, so yeah, let me do some moving here. We're at 150 and 150, so I'm going to go negative 100 on the Y, 2, 3. So this should be at the 0 point. It's actually back a little bit. Will probably be the same thing here. Um, okay, now I noticed that that just moved my cutter over when I did that. And while we're right at 0, just want to be careful of that because the last thing I need this to do is to actually go through and cut my filament when it comes up to the front corner. So I just need to be cognizant of that. So one, I don't think I come over to 0, 0 very often. And two, like I said, I can limit. So instead of X being 350, I can make it like, I don't know, 345. And that will basically kill the first 5 millimeters of the bed or the left side of the bed, but it'll make sure that I won't trigger the end stop on the front idler. But then I might not, or not the end stop, but the cutter. But that also means that I might not be able to actually use the cutter function without swapping out for a different screw in the back. So we're good there, and I think we're pretty good. We might be able to gain a few more millimeters in the front, but I'm not going to worry about that. I'm going to call that all good. Just going to do a rehome. We don't need to do a Z end stop pin because we're using tap. So we don't deal with that. We don't deal with the inductive probe check. We do need to run a probe accuracy just to break in our tap a bit here. So what we're going to do is we're going to run a probe underscore accuracy. So samples, I think it's samples equals 100. I think it's plural. Whoops. Being equals, not a. And this should tell it to do 100 checks. Something seems off on my homing. We'll take a look at that as well. Good morning, Ramon. How are you doing? I am not using a UTC on this. I have configured the Manta M5P as a USB to CAN. adapter itself. So the M5P on here has um, uh, the can on it. So it's configured with catapult and then clipper. And then the SB2209 is catapult and clipper. One thing to be aware of, okay? One thing to be aware of. Both the M5P and the SB2209 use a STEM32 chip, okay? That means that your USB for both of those is PA11 and PA12. However, the CAN bus pins for the M5P is Papa Delta 0 and Papa Delta 1. On your SB2209, it's Papa Bravo 0, Papa Bravo 1. That has been the point of contention, is just mixing those two up and assigning the wrong pins for the wrong board when I've been trying to go through, and especially when I'm doing updates. So I think on the Trident in the back, I'm running an Octopus, and I think I might be running a UTC on it. Because the board, well, I know I have to be running a UTC because the Octopus board itself is still running Clipper. So if I have to go through and redo that whole thing to fix whatever got borked in it when I did the update all to the mainsail, then I will go ahead and update that and get the UTC out of there. Um, 2 hours into the shift, nice. It's always good to sleep in on the weekend, Ramon. So, Robert, I didn't order the Ender XY from Additiva 3D. I got a kit from Edge of 3D, and he had already had it, so he just delivered it to me at ECRF last year, which is now 3D Printopia. When I bought the Ender belt conversion from them, it took a few weeks because it's coming from China, I believe, and if that's the case, they just got back like the 17th from uh, their Lunar New Year, so they're probably a little backed up at the moment. Yeah, I try to add a lot of notes in my printer config, and so what I'm noticing is I am off here, right? This should be the center of the bed, and it's not. So I have a feeling when I went through here. So the nice thing is I copied the quote unquote Voron config. So it'll have sections like this where it's uncomment for a 250 build or uncomment for a 300 build, uncomment for a 350. When I copied this over, I just commented out the 300 size and uncommented the 350. Boom, you're done. But what I need to look at here is chances are down here in a safe home section, I didn't update the station. Homing. Yeah, so my XY home position is still 150, 150, which would be for a 300 size bed. So I actually need it to be 175 and 155 for easy enough to update. Once again, on our Z tilt, it's nice because you have a section for a 250, a 300, and a 350. So you just comment this section out and you uncomment this if you're grabbing it from a different size printer. You would double check your mesh max size. Once again, it's just whatever your max is minus 20 is a good setup there. We do have our board pins identified. We do currently have the setup for the Mini 128/64 display, which is what comes with this kit. However, I am ordering, and it's going to look funny on this size, but I ordered a Big Tree Tech Pi TFT 35 SPI display. Because we're using the CB1, we have to use the SPI display or the HDMI displays. Well, if you use the HDMI display, then you have cables that look out on the side. So I just got the 3.5 display. It'll work fine. But we definitely want clipper screen on this because we're going to put an ERCFA on it, and an ERCFA with the happy hair, if you have a clipper screen, it gives you access to your Enraged Rabbit carrot feeder settings and stuff, where if you're using a click wheel, it's going to be a lot more pain. So we fix that. We'll do a save and restart. We've kind of broken in and let our tap settle in a little bit by doing a probe accuracy of 100 to get that accuracy set up. And our probe is accurate. Let's see here. Our go to so we can see it a little bit easier. Probe accuracy results. The median was 0.005 and the standard deviation was 0.002302. That's not bad for a probe accuracy. What I want to do now is I'm going to do another home all and see if it actually goes to the center of the bed now. That looks a lot better. We're at the center of the bed. That's good. Okay, so what's up next? We did the probe accuracy, breaking the probe. We need to PID tune the hot end. Yes, we do. We'll need to PID tune the bed as well. So we'll do the bed first because for whatever reason we want to, it takes the longest. We'll copy this, come over and say paste and go. And we are going to do it to the full 100-degree bed target. And once again, I am going to clean up the cable. I do have the printed piece that will go on the back here to hold our cable in place. It does have this little piece here in the center. Let me bring this up while it's doing the PID tune. It does have this little piece here in the center, and what that allows you to do is a piece of spring steel wire and plug it in here or make a U shape in it. And this will provide the spring steel wire that will follow our cable all the way to the back. And then we've got a piece that will mount in the back. It'll take a single M3x8 screw that goes down into a heat set insert. And this is where our P7 gland will join in. And so we'll have the P7 gland back here, and our cable will go right down and follow along with the rail edge there. So we'll get those installed. Like I said, the P7 glands I put on order, and they'll be here later today. And I think the screen will get here maybe tomorrow. And for those who have been following along on the DO build, look what I found. I found that little green connector, that JST connector. So I might swap it out. I might not. I don't know. We'll see. Right now we're doing a PID tune of the bed, and bed's already up to 60 degrees. Oh yeah, that's nice and toasty. Yeah, I find that I tend to add a lot of comments into my config file, and I think it just works a little bit better. It's good coding practice anyhow to document it. Sometimes it's I'll say self-documenting, but other times, like I will definitely, if I change pins, right? So case in point, while it's PID tuning, come take a look. Excuse me, 1 second here. Sitting here talking on mute because I muted while I coughed. Sorry about that. So my case in point was make sure you're documenting, especially your fans, if you change your fan. So if you're using like a Manta M8P or an Octopus or something like that, where you've got like 6 fan inputs, no big deal. I'll normally burn the first 2 fan inputs on one of those boards. Even though those fans are being directed up here on a tool head board, the first 2 are normally for the tool head. I'll just burn those and go into 3, 4, etc. But on this, with the Mana M5P, there's 4 fan inputs. 2 are controllable. The third is a BBB and a GPIO pane because it's controlled off your CB1 module. And the fourth one is an always on fan. So what I do is I use the 2 tool head boards, and I've got those documented. And then the controller fan, which is the 2 60/20 fans that go on the side. And it says Nevermore, but it's my carbon filter fan. Will go into the standard fan 0, fan 1 ports, right? And I won't use those other 2 because those are 24-volt BBB fans, and the one is controllable by the Pi, but the other one's an always on. Took through, yeah, that's what I figure. It takes 3 to 4 weeks for those kits to come in, but once again, if it's dependent on China, you may be impacted with the Lunar New Year because they're probably backed up a bit. So once again, we're PID tuning our bed here. I just wanted to show you that. Back over here, and we're at Yep, we're still going up. We're almost to 100. Normally, I will just pin tune this at 60 because we're doing we'd be doing PLA temps because that's all we're going to push today is PLA. And I want to start getting some print going here shortly. Pin tuning the hot end is going to happen fairly quickly because this hot end heats up. Um, I do have some PLA ready to go back here. This is some PLA blue. Been sitting out, so hopefully it's not too brittle. We're just going to run it straight from the back up and over. And all we're going to try and do is get our first layer dialed in and push a little bit of plastic to validate that our extruder motors going in the right direction and that our E-steps are set relatively the same or good. And then we will dial in our first layer. And once we validated that we've got a mechanically sound printer, we will take this down off the bench and we'll start opening some of the 70 pounds worth of boxes that showed up yesterday. On my CAN bus, okay, and I might show this off right before I pull this down because I don't have the bottom plate or skirts on here. I am running a 24-volt line over to a set of three-way Wagos. So that allows me to come off for the CAN bus and pull the CAN bus power and then plug it directly into the CAN bus port on the M5P board. I'm doing that, but it's over on this side. And the reason I did that is for the Enraged Rabbit carrot feeder, we're going to be plugging in a Big Tree Tech MMB board, and that will also be CAN bus. And when we plug that in, we'll need to provide power to it as well, 24-volt power. And the CAN bus connector is right next to it. So that will give us the ability to, what we'll do is we'll route this down. We'll cut this end off to give us some more room. We'll take the two wires, plug this directly into the Wago, and then this will repin and go into the other CAN bus on the board. Now, what I was reading is if you're running multiple CAN bus boards, you still only need two 120 ohm jumpers. You don't put a jumper on each board from what I'm hearing or what I was reading. So this board is going to be mounted up on the side of the Enraged Rabbit parrot tail buffer system. And you have the option of running power in and then running a USB cable up to it, or you can run CAN. We're going to be running CAN, which will bring the power and everything in through that XT32+2 connector. And then we'll have our boards. Now, we should be able to, if we wanted to run 5160s in here, run standard power through the CAN and then add high voltage up here for our drivers. We have all the necessary end stops and everything on here, the servo, the I2C, the whole 9 yards. So I look forward to being able to use this board in the Enraged Rabbit Carrot 2. And once again, I only ordered one of these boards, but somehow I got two shipped. So I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. That just means I can build a second ERCFA 2 because I bought two different ERCFA 2 kits to check them out. So that means two of my morons can get Enraged Rabbit carrot feeders. That'll be cool. Are the big boxes black. Not sure what you're referring to. Oh, are the big boxes black? I got you. The big boxes contain something that's okay. Our PID tune's done, so we're going to save our config. Let it do the restart. We'll PID tune the hot end. Let's copy and paste this as well. Go a little bit faster. And meanwhile, we'll just start getting this semi-prepped. Like I said, we're just going to bring this up and over the top. Whoops. Once again, we do have two sensors in this tool head. We have one above the gears and one below the gear. There, I thought I got it. There. PLA has been sitting out, so it's nice and early on me. Yes, as in black box. I don't like the fact that I'm actually pushed all the way through, but I'm able to pull and push, so I'm not like getting I'm not getting any tension whatsoever on it. Should not be able to manually push and pull. There we go. So let me grab some tweezers and get this out of there. Oh, hey, look at that. PID tune's done. So save config, bounce, and everything will come back on because, well, here. And yes, that's one of the things I wanted to do is get a basic print going. We need to validate um, our E-steps. We'll get a basic print going, and then we will put this off the table and we'll take a look at the black box kit that just arrived. And then we'll have to start figuring out what our schedule will look like for working on black box. Yes, that was a very fast PID tune. So normally I would be going straight from the top. I'm going to go from the little bit of tube that I put in here, set up my 120. Set up my 120 mark here so that we can do our test. We're under 150, so that's what we need to, so we can do a home all. Just want to drop that down a little bit. Bring this up to temp again. And yes, that was a very fast pig tune. This heater core heats up very fast. It heats up very fast. So a couple of things that I want to do, and probably the easiest way for me to do this is just going to be to run a filament load or unload. Or actually, no, I can't do it. Today is, well, I marked my thing. We're hoping that we're going in the right direction. About that. We're going to set for 50, and we want 5 or 2. You do not want to do this at 10 because it's too fast. But we're going to extrude, and we want to hopefully make sure we're extruding in the right direction. And we are not. We are going backwards. So our motor direction is wrong on our spool head, which makes sense since they've been wrong on every other motor for whatever reason. Change the direction here. Save and restart. Thing back up to heat. We'll reflag our 120 millimeters. And we're back up to temp. Set to 50 and 5, so we're going to extrude. We're moving in the right direction now. Extrude again. That means that we've told it to move 100, and we'll see how far we've moved. And we've still got 70-ish, so we moved half of what we should have. So that's a good indicator right there. So I'm going to take a look at the machine again, go into printer config, just scroll down to our extruder section. There's going to be one thing I'm going to change, hopefully, because I'm not going to change the rotation distance. Steps per full rotation is 200 for a 1.8 degree motor, 400 for a 0.9 motor. Because I moved exactly half of what I anticipated moving, it's real easy. My tool head was a 0.9 degree instead of a 1.8 degree. Right? So now I'm at a measured 70, right? We'll come over here, we'll tell this to heat back up. And now instead of doing 100, I'm just going to tell it to do 50. And I should be left with 20 millimeters. And I am left with 20 millimeters. So there we go. Simple case, if you tell it to do if you tell it to move 100 and it only moves 50, chances are it's just a 200 versus 400 rotation. You know, you've got a 1.9 or a zero point 0.9 instead of a 1.8 motor, right? So now we have what we've done our blah, 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 blah. I'm going to drop this to 150. Going to heat the bed up to 60 because we're going to be printing in PLA. While it does that, I'm going to let it ooze for just a second, and then I'll pop that out. And the XG is the extreme temperature gradient, um, and it is. It's got an extreme gradient there between the the heat break and the cold end, and it does heat up and cool down pretty quick for this hot end. So we've dropped down under 150 so we can do a home. So we're going to do another home all. My cable out of the way. Things are up at temp. And now what we need to do is a probe calibrate. The probe calibrate is going to start a macro that will enable us to, yeah, I'll leave it this way, to calibrate the offset for the probe. So it's going to go in and probe, and then it's going to come up and tell us that we're starting at 4.996. So you'll notice that I didn't have the paper underneath it when it was probing. Now what I'm going to do is slide my paper up underneath there, and I'm going to start dropping this down. So I'm going to start with a full millimeter drop. And that's fairly close there. Then I'm going to go down to a 0.1. Starting to feel a drag. If I go another one, I'm too tight. I'm going to go back up. Got that drag. I'm going to do a 0.05. And that's too tight. So I'll go back up 0.05 and I'll drop it down to 0.01. Another 0.01. I'm kind of liking that, so we'll accept that. And this will give us our Z offset for this printer, right? We'll have to do a save config command. Now, normally you can do this cold and then do it once it's hot. You'll want to especially do it if you're switching between a if you have your Z offset set for open air PLA, and then you enclose your printer and you're going to start printing a higher temp, you want to redo that probe calibrate for your higher temps because your offset's going to be different. Your bed's going to be at a higher temp. Your tool head's going to be at a higher. You need to make sure that you have your temps set right. Now what I need to do is I'm going to open up Orca Slicer. I need to create a profile for this new printer. So all I'm going to do is take one of my previous Tridents, say like Iron Dragon, 0.4 nozzle, and I will modify this to change the size. So the height doesn't change on a Trident. It's the XY that changes. So it's now 350, 350, but the heights will all be the same, whether it's a 250, 300, or 350 Trident. Um, Save, we'll change the size. And what do we want to call this one? Any suggested names for this one? White frame, pop blue, pop pink. Anybody got any suggestions for a name? It'll have a Enraged Rabbit carrot feeder on it. Fiber chalk, true because of the pop colors. Cotton candy, cyber chalk. Yeah, we'll have to think of some names here. Give it something for now so that we can get something going. We're going to do PLA on this. And what I'm going to do is just set up a primitive, aka a cube. And then I'm going to take that cube and resize it and make it a 160 by 160 by 0.4. So it'll be a 2-layer cube. And what this will do is will help us dial in the first layer. I need to change the Wi-Fi. And so yeah, just doing just a large cube. If you do a small cube, like if you do a standard cube, it doesn't really give you a decent amount of time to try and dial in that first layer. And it's too small. If you do like a 120 or 160, you can start seeing where you might be too close or too far away because you'll start seeing the ripples, right? So that's why I made sure and went with a little bit larger cube. So we got Cyber Chunk, Cotton Candy, and Bugs Bunny. Bugs Bunny. We'll have to see. Oh, and hey, by the way, how's it going, Matt? Welcome on in. Seymour, welcome in. Otter's Danger Den, welcome in. Glad to have everybody here. We will be doing we're going to try and get this little first layer in, and then the plan will be to, whoops, cable was in the way. Try and dial this in. I haven't done the Z-tilt yet. Guess first time will be a charm on the Z-tilt. You see, get a little bit bigger here while it. Dragon Candy Ring Pop Trident. So it'll probably take a few rounds. It's the first time it's done the Z-tilt adjust, so it'll work its magic. And just like that, 3 rounds, and we get to a deviation between the 3 points of 0.0006. So not bad. Not bad. I'll say the bed's a little flat. White lightning. We're getting some good names here. Cotton candy, dragon candy, white lightning. Different coffee. Done with our Dunkin' coffee of this morning. So we're switching over to our, this is the Black Rifle Company Just Black. Once again, we do have two full head sensors. They're physically wired up and connected. They're just not configured yet. Um, Partly because, like I said, I needed to look at the Happy Hair software to see if they get identified there or somewhere else. I don't know about the Happy Hair stuff, so I figured we'll leave them off for now, or I guess I could configure them just to make sure that they work. And then once we start building the enraged rabbit carrot feeder and go to install it, we can do the software configuration at that point. And if it shows up in there, we'll just uncomment it out in one place or the other. Why not call it cupcake? I don't know. I was going to say most of my printers are some type of dragon because it's a dragon theme, but we do have the orange and purple one, the salad fork that we named Orangeberry Creamsicle. So, we don't have to call it dragon. We could call it something else. Hmm. Getting some really ugly extrusion right now. Can't tell if we're too high, too low, but we're all kinds of ugly. So we're going to stop this. Not sure what's up with that, but that was all kinds of ugly. All kinds of ugly. I stabbed myself. What was up with that? Let's retry that again. Sure if we were high, low, or what there, but it was Dark Golem. Welcome on in. Daisy Duke. Really, K2 Kevin? Cupcake is good. Pink, Pinky Tuscadero. What is that from? Gender reveal? Yep, just in time for first print. You know, I thought it's something along that lines, Maker Mind Nexus, like maybe Wolf Dragon or something. Something to do like confused between, pink and blue, but Pinky was the Fonz's girlfriend, I think. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure if that was something to Greece or the Fonz. Tuscadero is where I was like, huh, what is this one? Whoops, darn it. Darn cable keeps getting in the way. Need to just move that completely out of the way there. Then I was thinking, well, it's going to have an enraged rabbit carrot feeder, so do we call it the enraged dragon? Like I said, we're gonna have some really cool things on the channel this year because we're gonna have the enraged rabbit carrot feeder that's going on this. We're gonna rebuild the trad rack. I've already got everything sliced. I just need to um, start printing the parts out so we can rebuild the trad rack so we can see the differences between an ERCFA design wise and a trad rack design wise. Trad rack's going to go on the K3. We'll have an MMU3 coming in for the Mark IV, and then we'll have the black box over here that will maybe I'll start dragging this stuff over and staging something. Hoping we can get good first layer down. I couldn't tell if we were too high, too low, or what the deal. Technicolor Dragon or something like that. Big Dragon. Was home. Bed mesh and Yeah, that's what I'm looking to do, Mr. Wizix, is work with the trad rack, work with the enraged rabbit carrot feeder, see the differences. I've done an MMU2 on a Mark III, which is currently over at Evil Diesel's house. So I know what that one does. And then I want to do the MMU3 on the Mark IV because there's supposed to be better interaction between the MMU and the Mark IV because of the toolhead board, or the I'm sorry, the buddy board that's in it. So I want to check that out, and then um, we'll be doing the black box, which will be a actual tool changer versus just a multi-material unit, because the MMU, it's multi-material to a degree, and the materials need to be in the same temperature range. Sorry. Because if not, if you're trying to do like PLA and ABS through the same nozzle, you're going to have a jam, right? So it's really multi-material in the sense that you can do different vendors and different colors of the same type of material or very similar material. Where with an IDEX or a tool changer, you can have two physically different materials running at two different temperatures. I'm gonna put you guys on mute real fast and take care of my nose. What I want to do is 220 and 60. I want to check this out. And if this pops off pretty easily, then I might just be too high. Drop down some and see if that'll fix some of the adhesion issues that I'm experiencing. Seems to be helping. I think it was just that we were too high. Too high. I'll bring you guys in a little bit closer here. I think that was the issues. We were just too high and we weren't getting bed adhesion. Once I started dropping it down, our bed adhesion got better. So far, we're looking pretty darn good as far as the first layer. I've dropped it 0.15 millimeters. We're not getting a bunch of ripples or anything. I mean, that little lip right there was just where I was still dropping it down. But I think we're doing good as long as it goes um, through this entire first layer, we'll be good. And we'll call this good as it's printing. I'll go ahead and unload the filament at that point, and we'll do some other things. Stop touching the build plate. Hey, I washed the build plate, so that's a beginning. That's the first start. Was washing the build plate so you actually had a clean build plate to start from. And God, yeah, this filament needed to be dried some, but it definitely got some built-in curl on it. Yes, it is pushing plastic. I'm starting to see some ripples. Now the question is, are we still a little high or are we low? Did we overcorrect or undercorrect? And we're also just, our speed's a little low here. See if we can get it to go a little bit faster. Most of the ripple that was starting back here is gone. I've got a little bit right here in the front, so I dropped it down just a tad bit more and see if that ripple goes away. I think it is. So I kicked it up to 200 speed. As you can see, we're hitting like 11 at a point there. I don't know if I can kick it up any higher. 250. Hey, maybe 3D Chris, if you're still here, do you have some 350 plates? I'm still getting some ripples over here, and I'm not sure if it's too high or too low because I'm starting to see a different discoloration over here, so I might be too low in some areas. Too low in some areas, too high in others. Like I said, we'll do this first layer, and once it starts the second layer, we'll let it do a little bit of the corner, and then we'll stop it. And then we want to peel this up, and we want to see if we're getting good adhesion between the layer. And if not, then that means we have to go further down than up. Does anyone understand the integration of CAMP to Clipper? Well, I'm using CAMP on this printer right now, and I'm used it on several other printers. So CAMP gets added onto Clipper, and it sets up a set of macros for an adaptive mesh and an adaptive line purge. Meaning instead of doing a line purge in the same spot on the front or the side, it will do it to the front. I believe it's set to like 10 millimeters to the front of the print. That way it's only meshing the part that it needs to, and then the purge goes into a different place so you don't wear a specific place out on your build plate. Now I'm starting to get some more ripples. So once again, I'm wondering if, I don't want to say it's a taco in the bed, but let's just say this is almost like sandpaper. Not a texture that I really like. Set up a new mainsail install, and it gave a weird error about the update part of the configuration. This is a fresh install. I just installed Clipper on this last night. And as far as CAMP goes, I copied the adaptive mesh and the line purge from one of my other printers over to it. That was it. So if there's newer versions of the CAMP files, I probably don't have them. I'm using the older version from when I first installed CAMP on one of my systems. Keep downloading it and recopying the adaptive mesh and the line purge files over. So, like I said, I'm going to let this first print or this first part of the print go, and then I'm going to now we're cooking with fire. And like I said, I'm going to stop that now that I've got a little bit of the corner going. Drop that down a bit. And don't look at the very edge because it was, it's missing the first layer in most of it. But you'll see how we've got ripples, and I kept dropping it down, but I still have some of these ripples all the way around the edge. Right? So what we're going to do is we're going to peel this up where it started that second layer. Peel this up and off. And I'll put you guys back down here because what we're going to do is we're going to grab it at the opposite corners from how it was doing the lines. And I'm going to tug. All right? And so these are not breaking apart across these layer lines here, which tells me I may actually be too low now rather than too high as to why I'm getting the ripples again. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to raise it back up some. Go ahead and do a save config. We'll try and print that cube one more time. See if we get a little bit better. Any better? Any stuff down at the bottom? The other thing, once again, is that this PLA has been sitting out for I don't know how long. We've used it on a few of our printer builds. So yeah, I don't know if it's been integrated into the base of Clipper at this point, Nick. I do know that I just did a bunch of upgrades on one of my Clipper machines, like mainsail. Hey, update all. That was bad. The Iron Dragon, my 300 Trident, is now completely marked at the moment. So I'll be tearing into that later today. Yeah, like I said, this build plate is very, very thin comparatively speaking to like the KB3D build plates and the Honey Badger build plates that I have. And the texture on it is, like I said, it's like sandpaper. It's, yeah. Now I do have a second build plate here. And this is a flat surface build plate. And this one is much thicker. Not as flimsy and a lot thicker, but it's a flat surface. So yeah, we would definitely need to be careful with this. And I wanted to make sure and print with the textured surface first before doing this, because I definitely don't want to dig into this and destroy a new build plate. Yeah, updating to a recent Clipper did require flashing MCUs. So the version of Clipper that was on the MCU and the SB2209 over on the Trident 300 Iron Dragon was like 0.11, and now we're on 0.12, right? Yeah, it's the version that was on there was 0.11, now it's on 0.12, and that, I'll say, major from .11 to .12 requires you to re-upload to the MCUs. So that part sucks. That part sucks. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll chat with him because I know I think he's out of the 305 or 300 size as well right now. They're on back order. He's waiting for a shipment to come in. I shall get them from somewhere. Just prefer my KB3D ones. It's funny, he was giving me a rough time about not having a KB3D one on one of the printers. Maybe it was the Rook 2020. I can't remember which one. I asked him, I was like, well, do you have this size plate? And he goes, no, we don't stock that one. I was like, well, you stock it, I'll put it on there, you know? And I do have so I've got a KB3D plate on my Trident 350 back here, or my Trident 300. I've got the LDO plate on Kyber Dragon and a Honey Badger plate on the other one. But then again, I've got 2 or 3 other spare plates around here as well for the 300 size. Yes, they are in demand, Nick. That is for sure. Like in fact, I do not have a magnet or build plate for the black box yet because those are on back order. And then some of the other stuff that I had ordered to go with it that are part of the toolhead package is also on back order. So it's the linear wiring harness is on back order. So looking good so far. We got an ad break that's getting ready to kick in. You see something real fast. All right. Chris is still working on some pages. He hasn't dropped the page for his mini mill yet. So once that happens, I will make sure and get that posted. Of course, with my affiliate link. And if you're interested in doing a black box build, know that you can buy it in sections. So you don't have to buy the whole thing at once. If you want, you can even start with a base kit and then buy your tool heads down the road as you get closer to being done with or hitting that part of the build. And like I said, I do have affiliate links, so I would definitely be happy if you used affiliate links when you hit KB3D. One is if you use the Digital Dragon link as well as the affiliate link, you'll get a really cool sticker that says you made a thing with parts from KB3D that supports Digital Dragon 72. That's kind of cool. I think Zombie may have one as well with a sticker like this. These are cool little stickers that KB3D put in place for us. Those are really cool. And yeah, I think we may have just gotten that dialed in because this is going down pretty nice. We may have to adjust it just ever so slightly, but I think it's looking best or looking good right now. Yeah, there you go. So once again, this right now is printing at 100, just out of, we'll play a MakerMind Nexus and see if we can't kick this up and see if we make the CB1 fall over. Because every time I kick it up really high on a CB1, it falls over. So I told it 300%. We're now doing 10 flow PLA at 220. Run it till it breaks something. Well, and like I said, the first layer is always slower anyhow. Ooh, and I didn't think about that one. I don't know if I've got the profile set to limit it at a certain, that's a good question. Profile I use for this, have it limited. I think it did. Oh yeah, max volumetric speed is set to 200. We can crank. Once again, we're hitting 12. Let's see how fast we can get this thing to push. When it goes into the second layer, it's really going to push. So. Do this so you can see the numbers and still see the print going on down there. And if I bring you guys in, you'll see that we're getting that first layer down with, we've got the hint of a ripple on the front here a little bit. So it could possibly come up just a tad bit more, but I think we're pretty good. You're seeing we're hitting up to 12 on that flow rate, calculated flow rate. Once again, this is a 0.4 nozzle. Thanks for the lurk, Pezliz. Shower time, okay. This is a good first layer that's going down. We haven't done any input shaper on this yet either, so no input shaping done on this, so accelerations may still be a little low. Once this is done with this layer and it gets into the second layer, now that I have it up to 400%, it's either going to really crank or the CB1 is going to fall over. Just because it's trying to process commands too fast and it'll hang. Yeah, once again, I think this is pretty good for a first layer. It's going down nicely. I'm going to let it crank up on that second layer a bit just to see how quickly we can push this thing. And then we'll call it quits here very shortly, and we'll start breaking it. I'll let this cool down and then we'll start breaking into the black box stuff just to see what all is in the kit. Hard to get on camera, but there's a little bit of ripple. So I could probably go up like 0.1 or something like that. Not 0.1, but like whatever my lowest 0.005. Yeah, let's see when it fails because I have it set to 400%. So once it starts the second layer and it ramps up the speed even more, it's going to get interesting. Hitting 300 millimeters a second and almost 16 on the flow. And as it gets into the longer diagonal stretches, it will have the ability to ramp up a little bit faster, though it looks like it's capping at 300 millimeters per second on the speed. That may be a machine hardware limitation that I've got. I don't know if I can change that in flight. There we go. There's maxing out to 500. Then 21. Well, like I said, let's see if we can't break something. So we're starting to under extrude, but I think that's more temp wise now. Raise the temp and see if we can get it to come back. So raising the temp has helped get our extrusion back going. It was just the fact that the temperature wise we were overrunning it. That's the thing is as you start increasing the speed, you wind up needing to increase your temperature to keep up with the how fast you're trying to lay down your filament. Otherwise, you're actually overrunning its ability to heat up the filament. So we're at 21 millimeter cube per second. I have it up to 250 degrees. And as you can see at the end here, we're still pretty much laying down consistently. So you will see that we, here, let me switch camera views. So we were doing good. We started ramping it up, and you can see right in here where we started under extruding, and this is where we were ramping up too high. So we're doing 21 millimeters per second cubed, but we were still down at 220. So I started throwing in some heat. You'll see back down here we got up to 250, and everything got a little more consistent. So we can crank that up. I mean, we were running at what were we seeing, like 400 millimeters a second. But we have to crank the heat up to be able to melt the plastic quick enough for it. So this is a heck of a hot end. This is a heck of a hot end. Drop that down. We need to a little excess there. And like I said, this is all using filament that probably needs to be dried out a bit. But our first layer went down really well. That second layer, like I said, we were just trying to speed it up and let that up. I'm going to unload the filament. Unload our filament. There. We'll let it cool off. Save our configuration. Okay, so there we go. That is our Trident. We've got it functionally moving. The other thing that I need to do on this printer was once again properly route the CAN bus cable through a gland. Is it a PG7 gland? That'll come down over here in the corner, and then route the cable down, cut it to proper length, and make it shorter. And then you'll notice down here I did add the stuff, the extrusion cover. We do have one back here as well on the back side. These are pretty much covered up here. I was going to add some down the side to cover up the wires, but I need to make sure I get all the wires put in. This side's got a lot running down it, so I can't do that over here, especially with the umbilical. So at least one side will have a extrusion, or I'm sorry, the wires going down the side. But yeah, we're doing good. I'm just going to let this cool off a little bit. I want to show you guys underneath on the deck panel real fast, and then we'll put this down to the side and we'll bring the black box stuff up and take a look at that. Put the hot end to cool it down a little bit more. We'll get into black box. Who's interested for black box? Huh? If you're interested in seeing black box, let me see some hype. Let me see some hype if you're interested in the black box tool changing. This is the black box will be a up to 5-head tool changing system. And the right here at KB3D site. And Black Box CE is here. This is what we'll be taking a look at. With 300 by 300 by 275, so about like a standard Trident build volume wise. Okay, so lot to take in there. So it's a 300, 300, 275 build volume, up to 5 different FDM tool heads. FDM's the only thing supported at the moment, but there should be options here soonish to be able to do some other types of tool heads. Shut this down so I can physically turn it off. It's water cooled, and the water cooling, you noticed on the tool back plates here that this is all machined aluminum. So this is a water cooling block that goes to full length, and that keeps all the tool heads cooled so that you can keep all 5 tool heads up to temperature rather than having to keep dropping and raising the temperature, which reduces the time for tool changes. That water cooling is also on your x-axis, which means when it picks that tool head up, it maintains that water cooling through the physical contact of those aluminum plates. You only have a single extruder, and that extruder is on the X gantry. And I believe there is an option for a remote extruder drive, so that way you don't even have the weight of the motor on the X gantry. It uses a NEMA 8 to run I believe it's a NEMA 8 to run the worm drive gear. And that was a T-lock mechanism. So rather than having like 2 pegs and physically lifting the weight off on 2 pegs, it actually goes in and twists that T-locking mechanism, and that's what locks the drive in. So it's a better kinematic coupling system than some of the other tool changers that we've seen out there. And it gives you a more reliable Z-axis with less wobble in the tool head. So Yeah, that's going to be something we're going to look at. And it is a beefy, beefy frame. Whoops. So we see here, here, no, we don't see. So this is standard boron. This is 2020 aluminum extrusion. And we know that these are fairly beefy and fairly heavy printers. Speaking of which, let's pick this up and lay it down real fast and take a look at our electronics. So, oh, what did I just knock off? Just my magnet. So you'll see here, this is a very, we'll say, compressed electronic stack in the sense that we've got, rather than the big, LRS power supplies, we're using a UHP power supply. Got 110 in at one side, 24 volt out the other side. We have our SSR for our mains heated bed. 24 volt comes around and goes directly into our Manta board. And then we brought 24 volt up into a set of Wagos here. So I can plug in the CAN bus cable for the tool head. And then when we do the Enraged Rabbit carrot feeder, we'll bring the other CAN bus cable in and go off the other side of these for the power, plug into the second CAN bus connection here. So that'll be good. We only needed 5 drivers. We have an M5P with 5 drivers. Very few things connect to this board because the majority of it's up at the tool head. We just have our motors for the X and the AB. Our we're going off of E1, and that's to trigger our SSR for the bed. And we've got our thermistor for the bed and our Y in stop. Everything else is at the tool head. And we'll have to pop this off to add the DSI connector, which is underneath the board for the display. That is it. This is the extent of the wiring on this printer right now. Everything else is at the tool head and underneath the bed. So very simple wiring. Makes everything very nice and easy. I will once again finish fishing these cables around and locking them down and tying them down and making them pretty. But once again, I will wait to get my cable gland so I can cut this cable to its final length. Call it good. We will extend our Ethernet. We'll probably extend the Ethernet out this way, come down to a Keystone jack on this side, so I will have the ability to plug it directly in to my router when I take it to shows. And that way I don't have to deal with Wi-Fi. But, whoops, but we'll pick this up and we're going to drop things, apparently, knock things over. We'll set this down on the ground. Have to figure out why this is not lining up nicely and locking down. And we'll grab a few boxes. So we're going to go into the next stage. Now I want you to see, well, you can't see, but this is a 40-pound box. LDO, which means that most likely it's a black box frame kit from LDO Motors. Very well taped up. So this should just be the frame component for the black box. But let's see what else we got in here. Apparently we have a lot more than frame component. We've got some cloth cable wraps. This would be the split loom wrap. This would be this is split loom as well. So 2 different sizes for bigger and smaller cable runs. We'll have bearing blocks and some hefty bearing blocks. I mean, these are literally machine metal bearing blocks. Bearings pre-installed and in individual wrappings. So these are pretty thick, pretty hefty. We've got cable chains. We've got oh, these are the metal corner brackets. So we've got standard corner brackets, and we've got see if I can get one of the Chalky Boy corner brackets out of here. So we've got our standard, corner brackets we're used to seeing, and then we got some Chalky Boy corner brackets, and these are all aluminum. These are anodized aluminum brackets. Hey, Lucas Player, welcome on in. Yeah, nice and chalk, Nick. This is going to be a chalky printer. Like I said, this is one of 3 boxes that arrived today, and this is a 40-pound box. We've got our SSR, a genuine Omron SSR. Ooh, crap. I was like, what is this? But this sounds like, these are my balls. This is the counterweight. So this is the lead counterweight balls. And this is probably 5+ pounds of counterweight right here. There's a bunch. Got some den rails. Nice, good quality den rails. Feel like steel, not aluminum. We've got a bunch of LDO NEMA 17 stepper motors. So nice, good standard LDO stepper motors. Got 5 of them, so it'd be the Z and the A and the B motors. Oh wait, 17, 17, 17, 17. So we've got 3 NEMA 17s. We've got a one power extruder stepper motor. So this is a pancake stepper motor. So this would be for our extruder. Once again, one extruder that sits on the X, and just the second half of the gears are on the tool heads. And then this is our little NEMA 8. Oh, this is the little NEMA 8. And this will be for our worm drive gear. Little NEMA 8. This will be for the worm drive gear for doing the locking and unlocking of the tool heads. And then we've got our rails. This looks like 2060. So we got some, that looks like 2060 rail. So if you're trying to set up the IP for your printer, you'll go under the printer section. Next to your printer section, you'll have the little pad with a pencil icon where you can edit the printer settings. Next to that, it's hard to see depending on if you're running in black mode, there's a little Wi-Fi symbol. Click on that and you can put in the Wi-Fi IP address and then test it. And then here we go. I believe this is 4040 extrusion. And this is some chunk stuff here. This is where you're going to get a lot of your mass and a lot of your weight from. 4040. We've got a lot of that. We've got some 2020, more 4040. Yeah, we're going to have lots of extrusion in here. Lots of, yes, this is the frame, the motors, and a few other things. Just dropped one of the motors, so let me reach down and grab that. We'll get all this in the box, back in the box, and then we'll go to box 2. I'm not going to pull the whole frame out, but that frame is really looking nice. We've got our motors, we've got our cable chain, we've got our corner brackets, some bearing blocks, 5 pounds of counterweight, SSR, and some sleeving for our cables. And once again, this first box is 40 pounds, and it's primarily the frame and some other big components. And give me 1 second here to clean up my things again. Are an M3 washers that I knocked over. Another reason why you keep magnets near all your bits and gubbins. Always good to have a couple of spare magnets. Yeah, nothing else is needed for clipper. You would just put in your IP, run the tests, and if it tests good, then you're good for clipper. And it should be able to send over to your printer with no problem at that point. That's all I've ever had to do. I haven't had to go and do anything strange. Now, if you were connecting and not able to connect again, that's chances are your IP address of your printer changed. The next box, and this is a larger box, pretty much just as heavy. This is a 30-pound box. Now, this box, I'm sure, is going to have the panels in it, but the question is what else besides panels are in it? Let's see what we got in here. Ooh. So once again, no, there's no panels in here whatsoever. There panels, I don't know where the panels are, maybe in the other side. So we've got our Ember prototypes, camera assisted XY calibration tool. This is what DXC. We've got a bunch of Duet. So we've got our panel do 7-inch display. We'll have, oh, yep, we got panels in here. There's panels down at the bottom all the way. We got the panel do. We've got the Duet 3 EB 3HC. I think this is the expansion board. And I love that, yeah, the 3HC. And I love that they give you all the connectors to redo the connectors for all your bits and pieces, or for your motors and everything. We'll have the panel do. We'll have the The expansion board will have the big board. This is the 3MB 6HC. So this will be the one that has the cable to it, more connectors, more pins, and this will be the main board. Get it out. This will be our main controller board and some chunky. I like these chunky screw down terminals, 15 amp fuses, expansion board connector, Ethernet, all of our different motor connections. Yeah, that's the one thing is the Duet. Yeah, I've never used the Duet boards, but yeah, I can't complain because I know the Duet, goodness is there, and that's one of the reasons why we're using the Duet boards on this rather than something else. Is it's pretty bulletproof, very extensible. I've never used RepRap firmware, so that's going to be a learning curve for me. So, but that's good because machine build should give you some type of learning curve, right? And Chris, do you have your link set up for the Milo? If so, can you throw it in here? Feel free to throw it in here. Still working on it? Okay. Well, if you would be so kind as to send that to me later today, I would very much love to throw that out there and we'll say redo my pre-order. So this is the water cooling bomb kit. So we've got all of our water tube, the necessary fittings, the fan for it. Oh, you are kidding me. It comes with the epoxy that we're going to need, 5-minute quick cure epoxy. So that's good. Bob Smith Industries is great. Used it many a time for RC models. What else we got? We've got the Mandala Roseworks. This is the match tight kinematic kit. So see what these look like. Not let the magnet snap together. There's your Mandala Roseworks kinematic mounting kit. Very, very nice. So very, very, very nice. All premium parts in this kit. We, we didn't, we, KB3D did not skimp on this at all. Another part of the water cooling components kit. This be the radiator for the water cooling components. See what your fan will mount to. Yeah, this is going to be nice, and I like that he's got the configurator that you can get it all in one shot. Micro Slim Run Cat 6 patch cable. Oh, I've never seen a patch cable that's that thin. We got a Cat 6 patch cable. And this doesn't look like, this is only a 4-wire. So we got patch cables. We've got a nondescript box. many SSRs do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different SSR mounts. Don't know why we need 6. Our power supply, or at least one of them, LRS 350 power supply. Very nice. Um, our chunky bed, and we've got some lights here. Now, are these the what kind of lights are these, Chris? Are these the daylights on a stick, basically? Okay. Yeah, daylight on a stick, XXLs, 24 volt and ground. So very nice. So we've got some daylights on a stick, cool white, nice. Um, nice. Wow. Chunky linear rails. When I say chunky, these are these are whoa, they're even chunkier. These are not MGN12s, are they? What are these, Chris? LDO linear rails, though. I guess that is MGN12. I don't know why it looked like it was different than MGN12. I guess because I've been doing smaller printers lately. We do have a linear rod in here as well. Leave that in here. We've got a Mandala Roseworks bed. So that's going to be a nice, good bed. A Canova heater pad, 500 watt, 120 volt heater pad. There is an option on your bed. You can get either a Mandala Roseworks that takes um, a flat magnet, or you can get the Mandala Roseworks that has the embedded magnets. Just be aware that the embedded magnets are a little bit stronger, and you just have to be careful that you don't that you have to get a thicker bed with those. Otherwise, you'll have problems. Let me see if I can shove some things back in here without breaking things. Daylights in there, that in there. We had duet stuff over here. Duet stuff over here. This was in here. These couple of things were in here. Okay. We had another electronics box from KB3D. This would be tool head boards. So this would, yeah, these would be the little tool head boards that connect each of your tool heads. Just your quick connects for your tool heads to make making off and on easier. So we've got those. We'll have our switch, some end stops, some fans, keystone jack. What else? What else? "24 volt, 12 volt, 10 amp." Oh, we've got some 120 watt DC-DC converters. So this is 24 volt input to 12 volt, 10 amp max output. Assuming that at least one of these is for the water cooling system. We got a pair of these. Actually, one is a 24 to 12 volt. The other is 12 or 24 to 5 volt, 10 amp. We've got those. We've got some Hall effect boards, some Z in-stop boards, some Wagos, fuses. So all the little bits and gubbins that we're going to need for the printer. Got even more SSR mounts. Like, how many SSR mounts do we need, dude? Got like 7 or 8 of them in here. We've got our different size dowel pins that we'll need. And I do mean different size. There's some M4 by 30s and 5 by 70s and 5 by 50s. Oh, this will be the T shaft for our locking mechanism. Go on our worm gear. Hey Pete, how's it going? Welcome on in. Oh yeah. Somebody had fun. So Chris told me he was using my kit as I'll say a templating kit for how to do the boxing up. Because once again, this is all highly configurable, and you can configure various things however you want. So you can get it as sub kits, you can get a full kit like this. So each one's going to have to be lovingly hand packed, probably by Chris too. We got some foam tape here. We have a very nicely machined back plate. This will be for the X gantry axis, I believe. Very nicely machined there. We've got a miscellaneous and other box. So, magnetic door latch kit. Water cooler copper block. This is a standard Northbridge copper block that we're going to use. Some lands that we will use for our tool head cable routing. Be the gear that goes onto the extruder on the X axis that picks up on the gear on the tool head, meshes with the gear on the tool head. Another cooling block, water cooling block. Splice engineering. This is the nitride paste for doing your FDM tool heads. Oh, look at that little 3x3 magnet. Little set of 3x3 magnets that we'll need. The lashing cable for your counterweights. This is the second box. We already opened up the frame box that had the motors, the frame. Yeah, this is the second box. And once again, there's panels all the way down at the bottom of this. I just don't want to try and pull everything out and have it everywhere. Freeze mod water cooling. So this would be the water cooling. I'm assuming that this is going to be the actual water cooling pump system. Yeah, this is the water cooling pump system. I don't want to pull that out and look at it just yet. The only other thing that we haven't opened up yet is this motion box. Yeah, may never get it back in the right spot if I fully open everything out. Oh yeah, and these are more magnets, more pins, more magnets, more pulleys. Everything in here is 9mm belt, correct? Big chunk pulleys, really big chunk. Yeah, correct. Everything in here is 9 millimeter belts, and there's all kinds of different magnets up in this. Assuming these are magnets, not just um, dowels. But yeah, we're gonna have fun getting into all of this. We've got plenty of cable stuff, and I really like that this is already cut to size. So we're not gonna have to do these cuts. I really hate having to cut those down to size. I think everything is still in there and in the right spot, or in the spot it was. But this is a 30-pound box. So between the frame and all of these doodads, we're at 70 pounds, and we're not done. Oh, I'm probably going to have to retape these. And we've got another one, and this box says it's 11 pounds. My UPS guy liked me. I did go out and help him carry stuff to the house, though. And so what is in this one? Ooh, something pretty. I was wondering, like, why does it sound like it's 52 pickup in there? So this only has one thing in it. We'll be able to get rid of this box. Yay. So this box is the Black Box CE hardware kit. So lots of latches. Whole top comes off. How about that? Now, I will tell you this did not stay seated, so things may have moved around a bit in here. So we'll have to possibly reorganize this a bit. So we got 440 M3 T-nuts, button head screws. Yeah, so things moved around in here a little bit. I'm pretty sure that some of these are not supposed to be where they're at. But we have a top deck and could be a second deck in it, right? Yep. How do I get this out? Break a little bit of the vacuum seal. There we go. And there's the bottom level, which is all of our screws, bits and gubbins. So we've got screws here. I have some more screws up here that I'm not sure. M3 by 45. Washers, nuts. M3 by 45 button head. Hex screws. Okay. So yeah, I will have to do a little bit of reorganizing up here to get some of these things in the right places. Not that bad. This appears to be good. M2 fasteners, some M3 fasteners. Okay. 4 by 20 and 3 by 6 flathead. So this now matches this. So this, yeah, so the lid was on slightly backwards. That'll go there. These are washers. We'll have M3 T-nuts, some M4 T-nuts, or 4040 M3 and 4040 M4. Now, I want you just to look at the size of these T-nuts, right? So our standard 2020 T-nuts, there's some in this box, but I'm just going to use these. 2020 M3 T-nut. 4040 M3 T-nut. That's quite a difference. And that's quite a weight difference too. That's a chunk of metal right there, right? So this is going to be an interesting build. Wait till you see this next box. Oh yeah. Yeah, I can imagine that these take you quite a while to assemble just because of the number of different types of fasteners in here. We've got 3 by 4.6 by 4 heat set inserts. We'll have M2 by 3.3 by 2.5 inserts and M4 by 6 by 5 inserts. We have 3 different types of inserts. Set screws, so T-nut, or heat sets, those. Set screws are over on this side, so we have 3 by 5, do some 3 by 2, 3 by 5, need 3 by 4s, but I'm not seeing those. 3 by 4s, so M3 by 2, and 3 by 4, and 3 by 5. M3 by 6, 4 by 4, 4 by 6, 5 by 12. These are all different size set screws that we'll be using. That all goes over in this pile. M3 or M8 by 25. Wow. Yeah, we're using some M8s on this sucker. I'm assuming that this is going to be to join the frames. These are some, once again, chunky boys, even compared to our M5s. Leroy! How's it going, Leroy? Welcome on in. Long time no see. You'll have an STL kit for these hardware bins to turn them into a maintenance kit. Awesome. That will be cool as well. What is this? Some standard 2020, but M4 T-nuts. Well, that's good because I don't have M4s. I have M3s and M5s. We have some 2020 M3 T-nuts. Now, why are these black and everything else is silver? I know it's probably just because that's the only option. We'll have M4 thick fender washers, M4 washers, M3 fender washers, and some M3 standard washers. M3 nylon locking nuts. We'll have some M3 by 6, M3 by 8, M3 by 35s, M3 by 45s, and then M4 by 8 and M4 by 30. Okay. And then, like I said, everything on the lower side, and really I think it's just a suction thing between these, that and it's the amount of weight that's in it. I think there's just some suction. And then this side looks to be, like I said, relatively good. Various M2s. This should be 4 different types of M3s, 45s, 16s, 40, 14s. Yep. Okay, so there's one divider that isn't there, but that's good. So yeah, other than these kind of stick together a bit, this is going to be pretty good. and everything is in there, so that's nice. And this I like with the number of latches on it that you can pick it up and hopefully keep it pretty straight. So that was good. So we've got those three. Once again, we've got our various tool head parts as well that we had already ordered. So we've got 3 of the FDM toolkits. I'm still waiting on you to restock to get the fourth one. I don't think I had the fourth one in that other box that I'm waiting on. Can't remember. But we got this kit. We've got our 3 Revo high flow heater cores. We've got the other Revo 6mm obsidian that'll go with the other 2 that I have. And then we've got one V6 that's a titanium heat break, a plated copper heat block, and a gamma. It was a gamma Slice Engineering gamma 0.6 nozzle. So all of my hot ends on this are going to be 0.6. And then these are for the tool heads. So I've got I've got all the parts for the 4 tool heads, except for one more of these kits, which will have the Bondtech drive gears and all the other bits and gubbins that are needed to do a tool head. So we're ready to get started on this build. We have a few more things that are required for the tool head sides that are currently on back order with Chris, but we have plenty of work to even get that far. So the empty spot is intentional at the top. Okay. So yeah, we've got everything that we need to get started on Black Box now. So we're going to need to start a Black Box stream and or a Black Box stream series coming up. And what we might do is we may table Dio for a little bit, and I'll say why we're going to table Dio. There we go. So we're going to table Dio for a little bit simply because I've got Dio put together and I got the firmware loaded on it to make sure I could do it right, and I'll just reload it. That's no big deal. But I realized the motors are turning the wrong direction, which means I need to go in and either swap the correct thing to do is to pull it apart, desolder the connections to the motor, and flip those solder connections. Because what I don't want to do is just roll the pairs at the controller board, because then I'll have red going to negative and black going to positive, which is just bad, right? So I need to take it apart and resolder to the motors and the main base. The other thing is I either broke one of the connections to the servo arm in the neck box, or the MG90 servo just is not going to work, and I need to go and get one of the other 2 alternatives, which means I may have to reprint and redo a lot of the parts for the neck and head, because the 90s are just going to be too weak. So I'm going to have to get additional servos. So we're going to table that Dio build for now, and we'll come back to it when I get the new servos and have basically rebuild the whole head box. Which means we will go to the Enraged Rabbit carrot feeder build during the week, and starting next Saturday, or maybe sooner, because it's going to kill me not to start this. It was killing me not to open these boxes last night. It really was. When this came in, like, I had just had a meeting with my boss, like my VP that I am now a direct report to, about the pending reorg that's going to happen next week, which is just more churn to everything else that's going on. And I I got these boxes and I was like, I wanted to open them up so bad last night. Yes, Hutch Maker Space. Good morning, coffee. So, kind of what I'm getting at is you may see a stream tomorrow, and don't tempt me because it's 1:30. I could go like, hey, how quickly can I start unboxing and getting to work on a frame right now? But I want to do it right and do a dedicated start the black box series. Um, Black box will be the Saturday stream. It may have additional streams here and there, especially since this dragon leaves town on Wednesday, which means I have no adult supervision and I could potentially stream every single night. Just saying. Black box has definitely got the itch in me. But I do need to keep going on some of the other projects. So we will do the standard Tuesday and Thursday stream. We will start putting together the Enraged Rabbit carrot feeder with the cottontail to get that going on the Trident 350 now that we've proven that we can push plastic and we're mechanically sound on it. Black box may be some additional streams beyond just Saturday. We'll see how that goes. Black box will not be done in time for Rocky Mountain Rep Rap Fest. It will not go to Rocky Mountain Rep Rap Fest because I have no way of getting it there. But it will be ready for Earth, or it will go to Earth in whatever state that it is currently in. It will go to Earth. Okay, or I'm sorry, not Earth, Murph. It will go to Goshen for the Midwest Rep Rap Fest, and it will go to 3D Printtopia as well. So that is going to be the plan. Black box has landed. So big announcements today. The DropEffect NextG extruder is now out, and we've got that in the Trident 350. Black box is now here and landed. You may see a stream tomorrow to kick off the black box build series, and we will start at least getting the frame stuff out, looking at what it's going to take to get some frame pieces together. Maybe throw a couple of frame pieces. We'll see. We'll see how long we run it tomorrow. I will have a hard stop tomorrow just because I have an appointment at 5, unless I kick that over to um, my spouse. So I think she also has something going. Thank you for the follow. Uh, Umbertata Zuza. Sorry, I have no idea. Umbertata Zuza. Welcome for the follow. Leroy, thank you for being here and thank you for all the stuff that you do. I know there's a lot of Lineo stuff in this black box kit and more stuff coming as well from the stuff that I have ordered. Um, so yeah, we will have some more Lineo stuff on the stream. We did once again use a Lineo under the deck panel wiring kit for the Trident. I love those kits because it's all the connections that you need to make. I think the only thing I had to do was fabricate my own ground cable from the bed to the um, Wagos under the deck, and that's just because it's a 350 size, so it's kind of a little bit long, right? That was the only thing I needed to fabricate. Everything else was in that kit, and it's just plug and play. And that's what I like about the Linea. That and it always includes some extra of the I believe it's 24 gauge, the thinnest wire, and I've got plenty of other Linea wire over here in 20 gauge, 18 gauge, and stuff. So, but yeah, there we go. We will be starting Black Box soon. Um, look uh, look out for um, an announcement on Twitch for that. I will try and lay all of some of this stuff out and take a picture of it and post it up on Twitter, other than just 3 semi-nondescript boxes, but definitely looking forward to this. Um, and hopefully I'll be able to try and stay somewhat semi-organized through this build. Definitely cannot afford to lose anything. What color did I choose for printed parts? Well, that was the other thing that we haven't discussed yet. So let me just start getting some things out here. It, and I'm screwing myself by doing this because I did have it in some type of order, but yeah, so much fun. So this is all of the printed parts, right? All the printed parts, they are all printed in Trilene, um, was it polycarbonate carbon fiber. They're all black. This is black box, by the way, so they are all black. I was thinking about doing accent colors, but there was no marking of what would be accent and what would be not. So it's all going to be black. Hey, Poity, how's it going? You've missed the big reveal. We have opened all 70 pounds of box material stuff. So what I did was I printed out all the parts by the section. So that way I would be able to say, well, I know that looking at this would be all the electronics mounts. So, hey, I'm in the electronics section. I'm going to grab this bag and I will use this bag. This this is the X gantry mounting section. So this would be the X gantry mount. There would be one of these, and that would be this one. That is the frame. So this is all the frame section here. This will be the first one that I will be using, and everything else is going to go back into Death Dragon, which has just been the staging area for parts. So all of my parts, and I'll have 4 of them, like this would be the printed parts for the tool heads. So I would have like 4 sets of these in here, so 1, 2, there's 3, there's 4. So there's the 4 tool head bags. So I tried to put everything based on the section so that I could grab it when it's needed and not beforehand. And that way I'm not sitting here having to dig through so many bags trying to find the printed parts. Now, with that said, I also have a bunch of printed parts here that are in white PLA. These are all the tools. And I only started printing the tools out by the section that they get used in. And I only did the first 3 sections. So I will have to look and see which tools are what. I think I did mix them a bit. But we'll have tools for corner block alignment and for the Z rails and other rail alignment. So yeah, I've got all the tools printed in PLA, and all of the parts themselves were printed in, like I said, Trilene, carbon fiber, PC. So these will be joiner blocks for like the top edge of the printer. These will be the joiner blocks and feet for the lower 4 corners. So same type of geometry up here, it just has a larger foot. And once again, this is that Trilene carbon fiber polycarbonate. And these were all printed on the Annex Engineering K3. So we got the Annex Engineering K3 done, and it immediately started printing black box. Why'd you print so many of the feet, Poity? Do you just have some print failures or what? Testing? Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. That would make sense. So yeah, I don't want to get started today because today was the Trident and we were talking about a few other things. Um, so we are considering today as being mechanically done on the Trident 350 build, right? We got to clean up some of the umbilical a bit. That's that's neither here nor there. We don't have panels on yet, and I'm not going to put panels on it until I get the ECRF ready, because I may have to, you know, look and figure out how I'm going to mount the ECRF, how I'm going to route the enraged rabbit carrot feeder into it, and I may do some testing with all of that before I even put panels on this sucker. Um, just because once you put panels on it, you lose a lot of easy handholds. Your only handholds at that point are the corners, and the corners of a 350, it gets too big, right? Um, so that's considered mechanically done for now. I'll add, maybe the skirts for the fans, or at least run the fan for the bento box. Maybe even not do that just yet. I need to get the umbilical um, put up when I get my PG7 flanges today. Right now, what I need to do is bring Iron Dragon to the workbench tonight and redo the software on that, since I did the update all on mainsail, and I've got to update all the MCUs from Clipper 11 to Clipper 12. And I think something in the latest OS release turned off the SSH, so I can't SSH into the Pi, which means at the very least I need to either pull the SD card and try a trick on the SD card, or pull the Pi, plug it in with a monitor, keyboard, and mouse, and reset up SSH. Not happy with it either way. But that was my own fault for hitting update all. Um, but I will do that part tonight, and I will probably review the frame section, and we will be breaking out the LDO frame. So once again, one box had 11 pounds of fastener hardware. I'll take some of these printed parts and just move them off to the side here, because we'll be breaking these out tomorrow. Because yeah, I've decided I'm going to build tomorrow on an initial black box. Then we have a big box here with electronics and our panels. Electronics, and this had the electronics, the bed, the rails, the linear rod. I don't know what the linear rod's for. Or somebody can tell. I'm just trying to think through the build right now. Had a had a few things in it, like a lot of the magnets and the dowel pins are in here as well. The shaft for the T-lock is in there, and then once again the 40-pound box with the frame. So this is the frame, the motors. This had the den rail and the 5 pounds of counterweight and a few other things. So we'll be digging into this box and getting the frame pieces out tomorrow. And starting to work on putting a couple of the frame pieces together tomorrow. 'Cause I kind of want to get started on it. It's going to kill me not to start on it tonight, but I want to look through the first section of the manual and get my mind set right for. We will get started on this tomorrow, um, and we will. This will become our Saturday build, and maybe some other days throughout the week. Maybe we start doing Saturday, Sunday builds on Black Box. It's going to be a long slog. This is not going to be a, like the Trident where we had like what, 3 or 4. What, we're on number 5, and we've got first print. It's going to be a lot longer slog than that to do this kit, right? So yeah, fun times. Like I said, I'm going to look through the manual and see what out of this box I need to pull out as far as the dowel pens and so forth for that first section. Maybe nothing, uh, just the linear rails, but that's it. Yeah, it's going to be a big build and it's a complicated build. Surprisingly enough, sorry, we only had the one power supply, and then we use buck converters to drop it down as needed. Um, where on like our K3 build, it was a little more advanced as far as the kinematics go, and then as well as the electronics, because we had two different style MCUs on it, and we had different voltages. So we were running 24 volt to the main board, which was a Big Tree Tech. Um, it was an SKR 3 board. Yeah, it was an SKR 3 board. That was running all the 24 volt stuff to the tool head, the tool head, the Z motors and stuff like that. And then we had 48 volt going to an NX Engineering Constellation supernova board for the uh, X and Y motors. Um, and so that was an interesting thing. Plus, we did the big 7.9-inch wave shear display and stuff. Really cool print, or a really cool build. It was more complicated. It did take us longer than the Vorons that we're getting used to doing. Um, so that was really nice. And that feeds in well to going and doing this build. Um, this is going to be a little bit more complex because of the tool changing aspect, as well as the water cooling. But the rest of that, the bed, kinematics, fairly standard. AB, fairly standard. Um, we will get differences in the electronics because, once again, I've never used the Duet and the RepRap stuff, but I know that Hoyty and Chris and Steve will help me along. Steve of Steve Builds will help me along if need be, as well as the community as a whole. So we will get there. Evil Diesel did use some Duet RepRap firmware stuff as well, so I can always go over and I can't break his console any worse than it already is. I can go over and play with his if I. But that's what a lot of this is extending our knowledge, right? We do a lot of the same things, whether it's you know a Voron or a Rook or a Bugaboo or something like that. It's very similar, and it's a comfort zone, and we get good at it. Right? But then, as we want to continue to grow, we have to go out and do some other things. Work with multiple voltages, different electrical loadout. Then we work with different boards. Well, now we've got different firmware or different pieces like that. We have to continue to grow, and that's the cool thing with the hobby. I know Steve has several builds of Voron that are running Duet hardware versus a standard, say, Octopus or Clipper baseboard. So definitely worth doing. And I'm excited. I'm really excited about it. I did not sleep well last night, partly because I was worried about this and having to redo this, but also I was so excited about Black Box. Like, I had to leave this out in the middle I had to leave it downstairs in the middle of the like we had this post right where the entryway is because we had the big open area between the foyer, the dining room, and the living room. It's an open concept. You do have a pillar there just for structural reasons, and I had to keep this downstairs down there because if I brought it up here, I would have hunkered down and started opening. But that was a way of having Miss Dragon. So cool. So with that, everybody, I do want to go ahead and call the stream for now. Um, I need to once again try and figure out the Trident. Um, so if I don't do it today, I don't know when I'll do it. Because I do need to get it up here on the bench to. I have no choice. I have to take the bottom panel off to get at the pie to try and figure out what kerfuffled the pie. And then on the MCU, like I said, I believe on that build I'm running a UTC because the Octopus is running Clipper directly. It's not. I have it set as Clipper versus a UID, which tells me I'm running an external UTC. So I'm either going to rewire that and go directly off the board, or something. But I'm gonna have to. I've got to work firmware, and I have to get into the bottom deck, which means taking it off the back bench and getting it up here on the work. So I'll work through that today and spend the afternoon looking at the section 1 of the black box build. Look for a notice on Twitter and Discord that we will be starting the black box build. Chris, I'm not sure if there's a spot out on the KB3D um, Discord to make that announcement, or if you want me to announce anything on the KB3D channel or not. But I will also be looking at your website for that link so that I can get the appropriate kit that I need. That makes sense. Okay. Or we'll figure something else. So with that, a lot going on. I will be reaching out later this afternoon. Thank you everybody for being here. And let me see a raid that we can raid. See who's out. We've got the Free Heathen, a few other people that are just streaming. So yeah. Um yes. So I need to work with Chris because like I said, he's gonna have a 220 option that takes 110 into the VFD but runs a 220 mil. So I definitely want that option over the other one that I have just pre-ordered. So I need to cancel my pre-order for the other location and pick up the one through Chris. I guess that's what I get for not pre-coordinating with Chris to find out if he have it. Either way, that's going to be like a March, April, May type of ship date if I remember right. So we will have time to work on Black Box between now and then. So yeah. So I think we're gonna set up a raid out to Free Heathen because he's running and not a few. There's not too many people running right now that I follow, and he may be on a break at the moment, which is fine. So I'll try and keep an eye for when he comes back in off break, and we'll raid over to Free Heathen. Normally I run longer. I'll run till like 3 or 4, but I got a few other things to work on. You're out, Outer Danger Den. Thank you for being here, sir. I appreciate you taking the time to spend your Saturday with me. Thank you everybody for being here. Yes, we will have a Milo mini mill build here sometime this this late spring, early summer, um, which will be great because that will give me. So I have a Shape Oko today, but that Shape Oko is not using a VFD. It's using it's the Carbide 3D trim router, which is basically Makita or a small DeWalt. Um, so it's good for doing wood, acrylic. I know some people, excuse me, that have run aluminum and stuff on it, but it's really not as rigid. You would need like the 4 Pro or the new Shapeoko 5 to really start doing either high speed wood or some having good results, repeatable results, aluminum and other soft metals. And I really like the idea of like a Milo mill to focus more on wood and or I'll say composite or HDPE and stuff like that. You can also do on the Shapeoko, but I think I'll get better results on them. So definitely interested in getting that in here. So a lot planned for this year. I'm looking forward to it. Still not seeing him. Let's go ahead. I'm going to get the raid started over to Free Heathen. Thank you everybody for being here. We will have our first stream on the black box to open up, start looking at the frame stuff tomorrow. Thanks everybody for being here, and I will see you guys tomorrow and then throughout the week. Thanks a lot, everybody. Bye now. Rating out. Thanks, everybody.